Okay, I am back. Sorry about the 7-8 minutes or I'd have had to basically took it a little bit longer than I had hoped, but yeah. It took a little bit longer to eat. I also had to use the restroom. So yeah. But I'm back. So let us continue with the quest. And I guess get the Daystar Breaches. Which are worse than what I currently have. I actually don't remember, did I? Which pieces did I actually pick? The boom there. And I got the circular that I'm wearing. I got the chest piece. I've gotten gloves, which I picked. What is it called? Basically the ones I'm currently wearing. Not gotten any other piece of equipment. Guess not.
Just when we were starting to make progress. And to make matters worse, the caravan they spoke of was bound for Revenant's Toll of all places. Honestly, were I so inclined, I should think the gods were conspiring against us. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of this attack. Let us speak with Lord Orchiphant and find out what he has learned.
Okay, to Orchiphant.
My sincerest apologies for the interruption, my friends, but the situation is such that we must act swiftly. If you would be so kind as to elaborate. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Toll as it was passing through Boulder Downs. 'Twas an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant, every knight was slain, every crate seized. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone.
'Twould be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge to which only a select few are privy, I presume.
Quite. We can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. The trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly, as Lord Orchiphant said, lest crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning hidden truths, Shauna. Why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings.
Okay. Huh. They're actually pretty close to to Mordona. So there shouldn't take too long. Or too long to get there at least. Yep, there it is.
Move along, adventurer. There's nothing for it. Lord Orchiphant bid you speak with us? Then you must be, beg your pardon, Scion. As you can see, they left nary a crate behind. Tip the wagon for good measure even. Whole thing's a bit odd, if you ask me. Would have been easier to just steal it, though a damn sight harder to conceal it, I'll allow. Reckon they came prepared, probably with wagons of their own hidden away off. Ah, but pay no heed to my ramblings. Absent of proof, 'tis naught but speculation. Might be as the squire receiving care at the observatorium could tell you something more factual. That is, if he's awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack, not that his presence amounted to much.
Over at the observatorium. Thought maybe it was over at the trains. Train head. So if it was, I would just have teleported over there. In here? Ah, yep.
You've come to ask about the attack, haven't you? We came upon them before the entrance to the Hall of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims, we marked them as lost and ill-equipped for a journey further north. Our leader called out to them, and one stepped forward to answer. Slowly she approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl, I thought, some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leader must have thought the same, else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear, and she leaned forward as if to kiss his cheek, and then he sighed and crumpled to the ground. I didn't know what had happened till I saw the snow turn red. And then there was red everywhere I looked. I tried to fight, but took a blow to the head, and by the time I came to, the others were dead and the heretics were unloading the wagon. I couldn't. I mean, they'd have killed me, So I just lay still and listened. Iceheart's people spoke of deliverance and resurrection. And they spoke of Shiva.
Shiva. Who could Shiva be, I wonder?
You've returned. What news have you for us? It seems the Lady Iceheart does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. Who is this Shiva the heretics spoke of?
Have you not read a single line of the Enchiridion, Master Alphanod? Shiva was a traitor to kith and kin, an apostate who lay down with dragons.
Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scripture so well, particularly when it concerns the patron saints of heretics. Wait, you say she is their patron saint? Oh, no. It all makes sense now. Lord Orchiphant, what was the caravan's cargo? If I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a rather large quantity of crystals. Do you not see? Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva, as a beast tribe would a primal. Why else would they go to such lengths to secure crystals?
I shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Lord Orchiphant, you would agree that discretion is of paramount concern?
Of course. I trust we can count on your continued support, Master Alphanod. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is a given. I will need to send word to my brethren in Revenant's Toll. Our entire order must turn its efforts to the prevention of this summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I am sure you would not miss this for the world.
Okay. Let's see here. I'm kind of thinking maybe getting this, but can you even get these pieces somewhere else? Let me quickly try and figure that out. Sorry about the coughing. I think I have something in my throat or something. Hold on. Ah, just muted myself so I could try and cough. Let's see here. I can apparently get the things like the Daystar breaches from one called Drake in North Shroud. Or to get a weathered version of item. Doesn't really say where it's gotten from. But yeah, basically get a weathered version of, for example, Daystar breaches, and then 100 elegant tombstones, or tombstones of poetics. I don't know where to get those things specifically. The wiki doesn't really say, because there is no information about, like, there's information about the items, but it's just like statistics, not where they're from really. And you can also get them from the Underbill Master, like for the Allied Seals. I guess that's a possibility. I want to get those things for what's they call again? Lamps, that's what it is. Okay, this doesn't really look like armor, to be completely honest. This is a bit more, I don't know, 60 sort of category. These just kind of look normal. Anyway, I think I'll just go with the Dawn or Daystar ones. And next up we get basically the boots.
The persistent attacks on our caravan seemed little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem, to be sure, but a relatively minor one. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After APPRizing Minfilia of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, Shauna, pray join me in White Brim Front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of House Durandare have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. It is my hope that they have information which may help us to determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Drillamont should be eager to oblige us. I shall see you there, then. Good.
Okay, fight for Brim Front. How far am I in this quest actually? Strength of Unity. Okay, getting close to where I have to go to a dungeon. There's basically 2 quests that I need to do. After this one, and then we'll be at the dungeon.
The Scions of the Seventh Dawn wish to join in the hunt for Iceheart. Your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We are all ears, Lord Drillamont. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, that self-same frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all but confirms our suspicions. I have heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to White Brim Front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. 'Twould be in our best interests to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Imeric. And so it begins, my friend, though I dare say it will prove an all too brief collaboration. Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtler means by which we can locate the heretic's lair. Mayhap Lord Drillamont has one in mind?
Cutscene. Video cutscene, rather.
Yes, yes, excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there is aught else you would have us do, pray speak, and it shall be done.
Let's just keep going with the cologne set. Bacon bread. Huh.
It seems as though we are always one step behind, our quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess to having certain doubts. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yet yield the self-same result. Fortunately, we are not without other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor DM. We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts, as has the question of what steps might be taken to prevent a similar breach of security in future. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive, and covered, evaluation of everyone in White Brim Front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. If this man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause, he will have taken note of the movements of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. And upon recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Jean Tremont in the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere, simply watch and listen. I have seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which could endanger our plans.
Okay. I'm going to assume that he most likely leaves the walls.
The suspected heretic leaves through the southwest gate.
Okay.
The suspected heretic follows the road east.
Yes.
The suspected heretic heads south.
He's not heading towards that area. That's probably because this is a like separate meeting area.
Hey. Where in the seven hells are you? I'm freezing my bollocks off here. I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall, why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to the, bloody echo. Lower your voice, or they'll hear us in White Brim Front. Yes, of course. The Temple Knights are, in Snowcloak. This is what you bring to me? We already knew about. Our comrades in Boulder Downs will use the tunnels. Dead before they know what's happening. Nevertheless, if you waste my time again. Is that clear?
Okay. There's a drill mount.
Well, did your investigation bear fruit? I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. Would that you could have heard their words more clearly. Yet, the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It would seem the heretics are aware of our operation, and confident that they can thwart it. Their comrades in Boulder Downs are key to their plans, which means it is key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword.
Okay. I have to say, this armor that I'm getting, the Daystar, is starting to look a lot like what I almost consider sort of Paladin-esque. I don't really know what else to really call it. Really the best thing that I could explain it as extent. Like, that is straight up like plate armor. Although the helmet doesn't really fit that description, but still, I'm guessing soon we'll be getting the chest piece. Which I'm guessing is either going to be... kind of guessing that it's likely going to be like a cloak of sorts, like how this one basically looks like normal things, dress-esque. First blood.
We have long suspected that the heretics use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given what you overheard, I fear that Snowcloak may be riddled with such passageways, and that the heretics in Boulder Downs are planning to use them to take our forces unawares.
Okay, give me a sec. I need to enable another banned word. On stream so that that doesn't appear, because yeah, apparently there's something called Doge hype now that is starting to pop up. Let's just add that to the spam filter. let's also just add Doge hype with outer space in it. And just delete that message.
Needless to say, we cannot allow that to happen. A contingent of House Durandare Knights are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching for the heretics at once. But no, it would put my mind at ease if you would consent to assist my knights with the search. I know they would take courage from the presence of so storied a warrior.
And I forgot that, or didn't notice that the text wasn't done, so I skipped some of it. Oh well.
Pray rendezvous with them at Boulder Downs. If Halone is kind, we may catch these heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy, Shauna. The lives of our allies are at stake.
Okay. Okay, so over to Boulder Down. Can I fly over the mountains? Looks like it. I feel like this place has like some of the highest heights you can fly to. Switch over to Samurai because that's combat stuff here. Evil and heretics effects. And it back. I don't know why the game sometimes just goes, hey, you're trying to mount, you're trying to fly? Yeah, let's just make you move slow. And apparently, at least there's a easy way of fixing that, which is basically just like toggling the run speed. Very nice. Still.
My knights sent no word of your coming, Shauna. What has happened? What is that in your hand?
Discovered on the body of a slain heretic. This yellowing document is covered in a complex code of seemingly random letters and numbers.
By the Fury. Those were veterans with years of service. And now they lie dead in the snow. Their bodies must be recovered, and... No, we have not the men to spare. Not now. Not while Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics you dispatched were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others. And I'll wager they are on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, It seems the traitor you followed managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you recovered is a timetable of the guardsman's watches at our outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed there long before he aroused our suspicions. Would that we had caught him sooner. With this information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels with impunity and prepare their ambush. The timetable has not changed, you see. Of course, it will be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. House Durandare must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the Stone Vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies.
Okay. Path of righteousness.
Time is of the essence, Shauna. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies in Snowcloak unawares. Superior training and equipment will avail them not if they are cut down ere their swords are drawn. But all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there may still be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir Imeric everything we have discovered.
Okay, out to Snowcloak. And I'm pretty sure this is the point where I'm gonna be put into a dungeon. Kinda wondering though, should I go for... I think I only have like 3 classes that can actually go in there. I have Red Mage, Samurai, and White Mage. Kinda have to decide on... do I want to go in there as healer or DPS?
Shauna. This is a welcome surprise, perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we have yet to uncover any hidden. You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now that we have confirmation, I shall place my knights on high alert. Has Commander Leveler been informed? The Braves must be made aware.
Ah, Alphinaud is over there.
It must be here. I am certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? 'Tis but a pity this discovery comes when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it. This is all wrong. Iceheart has us scrambling to save our own skins when we should rightly be straining every sinew to find her, and stop this damnable summoning. There she is. Come here, girl.
That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they?
Only my pride, Ada. There will be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. Commander Leveler. There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we have secured the entrances to some half-dozen tunnels, after spotting the enemy breaking the surface. But that is not all, sir. We think that one of them may be important. Certainly, the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it. Ha! Just as I suspected. Amongst this warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Iceheart's lair. Summon the others, we're going in. moment, Alphanod. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. We cannot say with any certainty where it leads, much less what is waiting for us there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we entered the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers would be more a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape.
That's why we're sending the Warrior of Light and 3 of her friends in.
Ahem. A change of plans. While we rendezvous with Ser Imric and keep the heretics at bay here, you will go wherever that tunnel leads. If you find Iceheart at the end of it, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown, so see that you are prepared for anything. I suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many or Papalimo will sulk.
Okay. Stalwart Devil Knight.
The entrance to the tunnel, madam. It's just over here. Had we not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we would never have noticed it. Per Ser Imric's orders, we will stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post.
Okay. Snowcloak is unlocked. Okay, so take you off of that, and we actually change selection and Snowcloak. I just need to figure out do I want to queue up as DPS or a healer. You know what? Let's actually just queue up as DPS. I mean, the average wait time is like 9 minutes, but considering it is a required dungeon, it shouldn't take too long. So it won't too much of a wait. Plus, we can also keep track of like how many are actually in the foreign party over here, so as soon as we get like a tank or a healer, it's almost immediate. It's gonna be done, I would assume. Let's see. And just shake some things in the meantime. Let's see. Adventure ready with one of my retainers and mission done. Border patrol, that should have been success. Complete a few more guild tests and defeat more enemies with my companion as well. This is one of the only problems there is with playing DPS. Like, I feel like DPS usually is the like a pretty easy class or job you can have. I mean, because it's just like you don't have a ton of responsibility. It's basically just make sure you kill the thing that you're up against. That's basically it. But yeah, it's a little bit more hectic as tank or healer. It's like tank, you need to make sure that you keep like the attention of all the enemies, which is, to be honest, somewhat easy still. You still need to like manage your like tank cooldowns and whatnot. And healer, you just need to make sure that everyone is like at alive for the most part. But yeah, would be nice if I could just like queue up sometimes as DPS without too much of a hassle, but it just goes very, very slow when you're not in a group with a tank or a healer. At least the average wait time went down from 9 to 7 minutes. I have to say, it is pretty nice that I am somewhat close actually to being done with A Realm Reborn. Like, considering the quest we're currently on, we have, including the quest that we're currently on, we have 1, 2, 3, 11 quests until we're done with 2.4. Actually, quickly gonna grab up my calculator so I can figure out the total amount of quests we have left. Let's see, it was 11, I believe. Plus 8 quests from 2.5. And let's see. And in patch 2.55, we have 16 quests. And then on top of that, we also have that those 1, 2, 3, 6, 8 quests from the Crystal Tower. The quest line that we need to do, so that is a total of 43 quests. I don't know if we'll be able to actually finish all of that, considering that on top of that we have 3 alliance raids, I believe it is. Yep, 3 24-man alliance raids that we need to do in the Crystal Tower stuff. And let's see, 1, 3 trials and another dungeon. We still have a few. Thankfully, I've already done 3 side quests that I need to do in order to actually do all the stuff in 2.5. That's nice. Just you basically need to do the Ifrit bleeds, we can kill it. In for Garuda Awakening and in a Titan spot. You basically need to do those 3 quests in order to progress, or in order to actually do the 2.5 quests. I think of actually removing the climber plate that I have on. Let's see. Move that. So you just think mainly from the gear, because I think the only reason I actually had that glamour set on was because it was for like the wedding stuff that I was doing. Okay. Okay, we're past the average wait time. I feel like the leveling roulette probably gives a few more things. I just gone in as a, or queued up as a killer, it would probably have gone like no time at all. I guess while I'm waiting I can look up any strategies or information I need for Snowcloak. Okay, it apparently has 3 bosses. Let's see. Okay, so the first boss has several AoE abilities, one of which is unavoidable, which add a stacking debuff to all players affected. Once this debuff reaches 4 stacks, the player is frozen, which is effectively stunned for a short duration. Periodically he will summon ice bombs, which will self-destruct after some time, or when they get health. You should be killed to avoid additional damage and more stacks of the debuff. Healer should keep an eye on their stack count and try to top up the party before they are stunned. At a certain point during the fight, he will also create a persistent ring of ice around the edges of the most arena. I don't really know what that means. It must be avoided, limiting the player's room to maneuver and avoid AoE. Okay. Second boss is let's see, it has a frontal cone AoE that turns Spriggan ants into snowballs. Okay. They're hit by it. The tank should try to make the Yeti face as many Spriggans as possible. These ants can be safely ignored otherwise. Nobody should attack the snowballs unless needed. The Yeti performs a room-wide AoE. Hit it with the snowballs. Run up behind it, attack. Stop the casting. The larger frostbound ants will not turn into snowballs and will break snowballs if given the chance. Should be killed quickly. Okay. We got the cube. And someone withdrew. Damn it. They shouldn't take too long. Okay, so I killed the larger frostbound enemies. Snowballs come in different sizes, small, medium, and large. The ones that are hit by further frost cone attacks or merge together will increase in size, and the larger snowballs do more damage to the Yeti. Okay. The last boss will cause 3 icicles to drop randomly on the field, 2 of which will then fly away in a line-shaped AoE attack. It will explode moments later. The boss will rotate between a 1000-year storm, party-wide attack, and a slow cast called Lunar Cry. After icicle drops on Ludicry cast. You have to run behind the remaining icicle that didn't fly away to avoid the attack, and then move away to avoid the icicle explosion. Okay. There's a way to quickly identify which icicle assist. 2 of the icicles target party members, but 1 will be placed randomly. Okay. Okay, can we get the queue to actually pop? There we go. Okay, so I have at least a general idea of how to do this one. Looks kind of pretty. Snow cloak. Okay, Wandel. That was the one that had the periodic attack, I believe. Nice. Don't know if it's common courtesy to eat or greet on those. This was the one that would create snowballs, I believe. These were supposed to be killed as fast as possible. Just focus on my combos. Dead. Just read on that one and read on that. I just got those hits, I guess. Or shoes, I actually think it was. Almost all these guys. Okay, so through here. Towards oblivion. Okay, and they're already at it. Okay, 3 icicles. 2 of them will disappear. We need to hide behind this one, I believe. Yep. I'm gonna cry. Need to get behind this. I'm thinking limit break there. So that little bit of extra damage. Nice. That's another dungeon done. We still have 5.5 hours-ish left of this
Do
stream.
not do you justice.
Justice, warrior of light. Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am. I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart. This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost. In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
That took longer than I expected. What news, Shauna? So Iceheart is but a pseudonym, not that it matters. That she managed to escape is regrettable, but from your description of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you have cleared a path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhap they will even find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for their fight against the heretics? The Crystal Braves would certainly share the credit for it too. 12 be praised, Shauna, we may yet turn the situation to our advantage. Assuming we stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Scions have not been idle. Minfilia and Urianger have been busy perusing the archives of House Fordumps, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you were intending to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead to report on the day's events, don't. The antecedent should be here any minute. I can only assume some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Antecedent. You come to us straight from the archives of House Fordumps. I trust your time there proved fruitful.
And she also dressed appropriately, Alphino. Not like you.
Would that it had. Urianger and I scoured countless texts, but what we found was of questionable veracity. Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point.
Welcome back, Solvar. I just finished up the... what's that place called again? Snowcloak Dungeon. It takes like, I don't know, 8-9 minutes for the queue to pop, because I tried going in as a DPS, but I got in at the end. Like, at least at some point.
She lay down with a dragon, the gravest of all sins, according to the Ishgardian faith. Yet in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, this was a holy act, the blessed union of man and dragon. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question. Suffice it to say, I very much doubt that we will find a useful answer in the archives of House Fordumps. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, though in this case, one wonders if it is by circumstance or design.
You said that Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Viewed without prejudice, most would agree that bringing an end to an endless war serves the greater good.
I think Sir Imeric might take issue with her methods.
I do not care if a few stragglers manage to escape. Until the sappers confirm that a tunnel is safe, the men are not to search it? Yes, Lord Commander.
One, you can bring your healer to speed up queuing. I mean, it could be a lot faster that you did that.
Pursue your foes with less zeal than I had expected, Sir Imeric.
I can still just queue up as healer, I just wanted to try and queue up as DPS. And because it's a lot less, I don't know, stressful for the most part.
Lest you misunderstand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. I merely meant, you being a man of faith, that I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of Halone that your ancestors came to this land, why they took up arms against the Dravanians? What would they have done in your position, I wonder?
Plus it also, like, the queue time did also allow me to actually read up on some of the mechanics, so I wasn't just completely blind when I came into the dungeon.
There are those who believe that faith is a renunciation of free will, that unquestioning devotion is required of all who would live a life in service to the Fury. Such righteous fervor may well serve a knight on the front line, less so a leader of men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies.
It's more like if I want to play TPS, you could speed up things, true.
But I would not presume to speak for the Knights of Eld. 'Twas a different time, nay, a different era, and scripture tells us only so much.
You prefer going in blindish? I mean, I don't mind it myself going in blind, but it is also kind of nice to know what the mechanics are in some situations. For example, in Snowblind, there was all the, like, make sure you don't kill these ads during the Yeti fight. Hide behind this pillar when the last boss did its, like, a big AoE attack. Things like that. These are more like potential insta-kill mechanics would be nice to know ahead of time.
Would that it told us more.
Mainly just so I don't end up suddenly dying for no reason when I could have avoided it. Potentially slowing down the dungeon.
That man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trait at the negotiating table, to be sure, less so when one's enemies are making ready to harness the power of a god.
Mayhap he does not truly believe that Iceheart's plan can succeed? Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. Shiva was real, a living, breathing woman, of that there can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure to have been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being good King Mogla Mog 12, the myth made manifest in response to the fervent supplications of the Mogglesguard.
Yeah, sometimes you wish that the ones actually playing a mentor would say stuff instead of farming for mentor marked through. But I feel like in general in the in the Final Fantasy 14 community, it seems like mentors are not really seen as like a status symbol. It's more just like, hey, you have a McDonald's crown or a Burger King crown, as it's seen. It's basically just like, hey, you have a slightly interesting icon next to your name, and that's it. Because apparently mentors are not really known, or apparently not seen as like the just doing the thing they're supposed to and actually help people always. So yeah, I feel like if I end up at some point actually getting like mentor status for like dungeon stuff, I'll probably try and help, but apparently there is also a sort of stigma against telling people how to play their class and what they need to do, apparently. Some people have apparently gotten like I don't know, reported because they started basically giving advice when it apparently wasn't called for, I guess. But they managed to get 3,000 commendations, so they should be mentors. True, but to an extent that can just be usually farmed by playing either tank or healer, I feel like. If you basically play that for like enough times, you're gonna get it at some point at least. I don't even know how many I have at this point.
Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts at war with a mighty nation, who yearn for the resurrection of the one who embodies their beliefs. If that is not placing one's faith in a higher power, then what is?
Yeah, but still, true. Like, they should at least have knowledge of like how to like play the class, and I think they're supposed to have done like, I think maybe it's all the dungeons. So there's usually a bunch of requirements for like the PvE mentors, but they should basically be helpful in dungeons and be able to tell like, oh, this is what you need to do, but apparently they aren't always completely helpful. It's unfortunate.
Crystals and conviction, Minphilia. They have them both in abundance.
Can that truly be all that is required?
My survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the Aetherite Iceheart used to escape. They believe that she teleported to another Aetherite, somewhere not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of this second Aetherite, however, they have been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Unless Iceheart has some means to mask its signal, I can only presume she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternate route, most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists.
Let us not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Charlion may be able to assist us.
I pray that you are right. I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. While Minphilia looks into our Aetherite problem, I would like to request your assistance with another matter. The third unit is currently tracking the remnants of the heretic force which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly, despite our numbers. Korvets is vast, and Iceheart's followers know the terrain far better than we. Your knowledge of this region may serve to hasten the process. The sooner we capture Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for their leader's whereabouts. Also, though it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of veterans, we also have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom look up to you, in case you were not aware. Good, I knew you would understand. Yuyuhase can apprise you of the details. When the task is complete, come and find me at the observatorium. Captain Ilbert and I are meeting there to discuss the latest developments in his investigation.
And finally, yep.
The Temple Knights shall hold Snowcloak in our absence. Let us leave them to their work, ours is more pressing.
Ah, right there. Patience out. I have 131. Still a ways off from 3,000 that you need. But I'll probably get there at some point, I think.
There you are, Shauna. Commander Leveler instructed me to wait for you.
That's easy as wins again. Yep.
Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. Most of the third hail from Ul'dah, and for a man accustomed to the feel of sand beneath his boots, the crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. But to the matter at hand, nary a moment ago, I received word that the heretics we seek have been spotted making for Danavin Pass. My braves are already in pursuit, and I should be grateful if you would join them. I myself shall be taking part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I do not earn my coin.
Okay. To White Rim.
Thous balls, my ankle is on fire. Caught my boot on a rock or something and twisted it as I fell. The others went on ahead through Danavin Pass. Hurry and you might catch up. If you aren't sure where to go, look for tracks. This snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find.
Okay, south of the pass, down at Old Downs. I'm thinking of learning to play their alias music. I don't know how you would play it, like what instruments, but it would be nice. Personally, I have no idea how to actually play instruments. Should I actually have a harmonica? Ah, okay. And personally, I have no skill at playing any sort of instrument. To be honest, I haven't really tried playing any instruments ever, but still.
The tracks lead southeast.
Personally, don't think I have much skill when it comes to like musical stuff. You're gonna be alone.
Scion, what are you doing here?
Harmonica is blowing it. True.
The heretics? I'm not sure. There was a great scaled beast, and Yuyuhase. I think he went east on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too.
Okay. Kinda not. I have a feeling that there's probably more to it than just blowing into the harmonica, but it is probably like a big part of it, but there's probably a bunch of other stuff that I don't really know how it works.
How embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heretics' tracks that I almost failed to notice they had doubled back. Almost, mind you, one tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. I thought myself alone, so I started searching the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest. And lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less to the observatorium. Give the signal and wait. The merchant will be watching. Be late and be left for dead. Speaks for itself, does it not? They can't possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to the surrounding areas. Let me rephrase that, you should restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium. I will need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds.
Okay. over towards the observatorium, search outside.
I am through with listening to your excuses. We leave now. How? The woods are crawling with those bluecoats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Well, stay with her, then, if you think you'll fare any better. Now, there's no need for that.
There are places like this in my homeland, sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Yet your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds, it has drunk deep.
The kitty! Nice!
No. I have done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will. We shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Damn it all. Fancy meeting you here, Shauna. I presume your work with the Third brought you hither?
Harmonicas have something called overblow and overdraw. Both are technique workings with how much pressure you pull or push through the harmonica. I kind of understand that, and at the same time, not at all. But I think it's probably because I've never really tried playing a harmonica, so don't really 100% understand that, but it seems I'm kind of.
What a tangled web. Lest you wonder, we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who has been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favorite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Yujiri and her shinobi, we might never have discovered this connection.
Master Alphinaud is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for this spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills. Skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete.
That is a most generous offer, Lady Yujiri, and one which I gladly accept.
Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far, and shall always be watching.
A comforting thought. Come, Shauna. Let us wait inside for Captain Ilbert to return and deliver his report.
When am I going to get my chest plate from one of these quests? Because I'm guessing I'm going to get the more of that armor set that I've been getting from these quests.
Captain Ilbert seemed confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it will bring us any closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase. The gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is.
Oh, there it is. There's the armor pieces. Also, oh no. Text-to-speech, what do you do to the kitty? Yeah, I have to say, this armor looks really bulky. Let's see, Lancer. Or Dragoon, I guess. It's kind of. Yeah. And. That's decent. And a haddock dip, apparently. Centrals of intrigue.
Captain Ilbert. Your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us naught that we did not already know of Shiva. We have since handed him over to the Ishgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired their information on the shipment routes. Go on. You will recall the flame we first identified as being in the Ivy's employ. From him we were able to trace a trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary step of detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Revenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, the particulars of which he would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring that needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Fordham's. He knew the precise route the caravan would take. And he sold that information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. None other. With a little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that is one mystery solved, at least. But what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to prizing off his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider then that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say that the agent is among Robin's innermost circle? Someone who has been with him since the Immortal Flames establishment? 'Tis the most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, with the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. To slip into a position of authority unremarked, and remain above suspicion all these years. I, too, was surprised, though I really should not have been. Of the 3 grand companies, Aldaz was ever the more vulnerable to infiltration. Both Limsalamasa and Gridania had long-standing armed forces that lent themselves well to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, loyal ones, mind, under the same leadership. Only the banner was different. Not so the Flames. Aldaz's military was made up of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Robin faced when founding the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he had convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed. And given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing cell sword. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier then than now. The Immortal Flames have ever been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private. Though the monetarists ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding, 'twas not out of charity that they did so, but simple self-preservation. Had Nail Van Darnas's ambitions been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure that they would never have risked supplying Robin with an army. 'Tis but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Ahem. Returning to the present. Even as we speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, any one of whom could be the Ivy. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees were eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Very good. Pray continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the unrest. The third can join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. If they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in like manner to the other primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander. I shall send word to Sir Imeric informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' abettors. Hopefully, the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I am aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Garlemald, it would seem. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany me, Shauna. As the realm's stoutest champion, 'tis only meet that you be present for the discussion. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent, lest you worry. Like me, you are doubtless eager to conclude our business with Iceheart, but until another path to her sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. Minfilia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route. Until such time as they succeed, I suggest we give some thought to the realm's other problems. I shall go on ahead to Gridania in readiness for the coming council. Meet me at Nafika's altar, and we shall make our way to the Lotus Stand together.
Okay. Hunter's Guild. There we go. And Elvino.
My thanks for coming, Shauna. When you are ready, speak with the conjurer yonder. She will show us to the Lotus Stand.
The Alliance leaders await you at the Lotus Stand. Will you be joining them now?
Yes. I think this is a voiced cutscene. Makes sense at least.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign.
Hello, Jinjin. Who am I and what did I do to Avatar 26? It's still me. Can't you see? It is still me. Nothing is different. Not at all.
Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
Nothing? Yeah, nothing at all. What, do you see anything different about me? No change, nothing new, out of the ordinary. Exactly, Solar. There's nothing different about me. Nothing at all. I mean, Junjun, if you can see anything different, What would be different about me?
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Who the hell is this guy?
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
Guess this is normal. Yeah, so then. I like the detail of the place where he just ended up spitting that guy. You can sort of see it.
'Twas the
Little detail.
grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader. Not so his uncle.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
The new Darth Vader. I guess. I mean, he does kind of need like a mask that modifies his voice, but apart from that, true.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
God damn it. Hail Big Daddy. Who the fuck is Big Daddy? Is he Big Daddy? Is that part of the story that I don't understand yet? Because I haven't gotten that far? I actually don't even know how far you got in the story, Dan. Before you decide to stop playing. Do you just call him Big Daddy because of his like size and because you want to be... He looks like a daddy. Apparently he looks like a daddy. I don't know. I don't know what a daddy looks like.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions.
More like easy breezy covered girl.
But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Because long silky hair. He did have some long hair.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? they may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
Okay, so where do we need to go now? Okay, towards Alphino.
It will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being of one purpose, despite their protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of a resurgent Garlemald is not enough to stir them. And the reason for this? Deep-rooted mistrust amongst the citizenry. The nation's leaders can come to all the understandings they like, but their unity means little and less to the common folk. Take the Laman Sands, for instance. Though Admiral Merlwyb outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for grog-swilling, wooden-legged cutthroats.
I mean, then you can say that Alice is still best girl, but she has barely shown up in the story at all. Like, if I remember correctly, she shows up at the 3 I don't know, like events that happen like at the beginning of the game, like in each of the main cities. And then in Ul'dah, at least in my case I believe it was, she basically left on her own and she hasn't come back since. So I can't really say anything about her being best girl because she has barely been in the story at all. She was like in the intro cutscene, like on the card, 3 places, and then in one place, and then gone. So I can't really say anything until like later expansions where I know that she appears. And I can actually learn something about her personality.
In likewise, the Gridanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Uldans scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Take that pillar of Ul'dan society Telegy Adalji, for example. But that is beside the point. The fact is that people are wary of outsiders whether they have cause to be or not. On that basis, one could argue that the conflict at Cartino is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them something resembling warfare, and thereby curb their appetite for full-scale conflict. But enough idle musing. Let us speak of a more pressing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke at the Observatorium, Captain Ilbert has further shortened his list of suspects. And by happy coincidence, the one he deems the most likely candidate is lately come to Gridania. The hunt nears its end, Shauna. All that remains is to corner our quarry. Seek out Ilbert near the Adder's Nest. He will give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Koathats, you may be sure that I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy.
The truth is that you're best girl. Or, I mean, you did make a mine from, what is that anime called again? Something Bookworm? I don't remember the exact title of the anime. Where was that? I need to go again. I can just run this way. Descendants of a Bookworm, that was what it was called. I mainly just remember that it was something and then Bookworm. I couldn't remember the exact name of it. To be honest, I haven't really watched that anime either, so might limit my knowledge of it as well.
My thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you, but we have unmasked the Ivy. From this point on, we must proceed with extreme caution.
Let's just keep going with that item set. And let's see what this looks like. So that's the melee DPS, I believe it was. Or ranged physical DPS. That doesn't really give me any sort of dancer vibe. Or machinist, but more bard, I guess. Ranged magic. Kind of just gives me a sort of jester vibe. But really, best FF14 girl for Solar is Nanamo Nao, basically the, I believe, the leader of the Sultanate, I believe her name. Her title is opposed because Sweet Potato. That's fair. Okay, that it does actually look like sort of Paladin-esque, this armor set. Like the healer one. Nice. Triple cream coffee. Sultan of Ulda, Royal Family.
The spy we have been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Aline Royal, Robin's second in command.
Ooh.
Prior to joining the Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with the Polyrm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course. When he formed the Grand Company, Robin chose people based on their worth. Whence they hailed was of no interest. The monetarists saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. And 'twas no secret that they did not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the alliance. Yet the monetarists did not raise so much as a murmur of protest when Royle was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the monetarists? But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Of foremost interest to us is Royle's presence here now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General. While Robin attended the Council of Alliance Leaders, she should have remained in the Hall of Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridaniat, yet here she is nonetheless, on some pretense. She is up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames records for evidence of Royle's guilt, but if we can catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, and the docks, every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes, Scion? You have my thanks. Let us go, then, and take care not to alert our quarry.
Okay. Where is he located? Is he under here? Okay, the game seems to be lagging like crazy right now because it's being really slow at loading things. Yeah, I gotta check something really quick. Is something running in the background that's just draining stuff? No, it's just the usual things. It's running, nothing out of the ordinary.
Royle is headed in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate. With me, Scion. So, Royle has entered the Carline canopy. Meeting someone, perchance. Or could it be she means to board an airship? Pray look for her within. If she is not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. One of mine is stationed there, and she may have seen something. If Emi is her name, I shall remain here in case Royle reappears.
Okay. I was supposed to talk to someone up here, or is it downstairs that I need to go? Downstairs.
Shauna Majula. Such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? Ahem. A social visit, you say? How pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger, and none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you.
Okay. I don't really know what to use these things for, to be honest. Isn't there most likely got used to get armor of some sort?
Nowhere to be seen, you say? And you are sure she did not board an airship? She did not come back out, either. Where in the seven hells could she have gone? The roost. How could I forget? Greetings, good sir. Might I interest you in some Muntai tonic? A cup a day imbues a man with great vigor, if you take my meaning. Heh heh. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait. That necklace, you are a shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Gridania by way of West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadows. Thank the 12 for the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Royle would have disappeared without a trace.
Thanks. Okay. I'm wondering how many quests I have left. Let's see, in Lakegren Electo, I have no idea how to pronounce that. 7 more quests, this one included. Oh, and belts, which are gonna be absolutely fucking useless come the next expansion, because apparently they remove belts there, from what I understand. It's better than what I currently have, though.
Our hunt leads us to the East Shroud, Scion. I suggest we follow Royle's example and take the ferry from West Shore Pier. You'll doubtless wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go on ahead. I shall wait for you at Sweet Bloom Pier.
Okay, Sweet Bloom Pier, I might as well just take the ferry then. instead of going all the way to the right crystal in each rather than flying back over. Let's see, Lancer's Guild.
I happen.
Not removed, but from what you understand, but they don't show up on your model anymore. I was pretty sure that I had heard something about them basically removing, like straight up removing belts from the game, like next expansion. Or maybe I just heard incorrectly about that. I mean, currently I don't think they like show up on your model. What I understand, like at all. I do know that they're apparently going to remove some high quality items from the game. Apparently it's mainly just going to be like anything that, from what I understand, it's anything that you gather from gathering professions. So basically things like ore or wood, things like that. It's also fish, and I think also things that just drop from enemies, like hides and so on. That's no longer going to be high quality, but you can still craft high quality items. So basically you take ores and I don't know, you're in like ore. I think you still have belts. Oh, basically what I'm referring to in terms of like removing belts is that when End War comes out, apparently in that patch they're going to remove all belts, because they're apparently doing also a like stat squish or something. They're basically going to apparently do something with the belt, like stats. And apparently one of the things is basically that belts are basically just like a stat item. It doesn't show up or anything. So apparently they're just like, yeah, let's just remove them and just maybe take some of the stats that you would have only gotten from a belt and put onto a different item. Like spread them out a bit. Because currently they don't show up on your model. So they're basically just a stat item, and that's it.
This way, my friends.
Need to guess. Yeah, I mean, it's one less item that you need to worry about getting, but
Your quarry makes for the
Still.
Hawthorn Hut. If Royle is truly the one we seek, we can expect that she means to make contact with her Garlean masters there.
like, one thing I will definitely say is that at least it's not like in World of Warcraft where belts show up on your character and you had to basically get the right belt if you want to make your transmog in the game look good. Here it's just like, you just put on like your chest piece and your pants. You just need to make them match for it to look decent, and that's all you need to do. It's pretty nice.
An explanation is in order. You are no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own method of communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friends at Garlund Ironworks have provided us with devices which disrupt these communications, and we have installed them around the city-states. In so doing, we have made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Royle would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly. Yet, as a well-known face in the Immortal Flames, she cannot move about Then Allen without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. 'Tis for this reason, I believe, that she has chosen the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The Elysian are a common sight here, and her comings and goings are not like to turn any heads.
As my scouts tell it, the Garleans have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts.
This is it. We need only make for Hawthorne's hut and catch Royle in the act.
Okay. Hawthorne hut. I guess I could just have teleported down there.
My people report that our quarry has departed for the Bramble Patch.
The ivy returns to the gnarls whence she came. But perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing, we will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Garlean masters?
My countrymen and I shall lie in wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends.
Okay.
Just beyond, Royle is in conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer. An imperial intermediary, no doubt.
This is it. With me. Flame Marshal Aline Royle. You are under arrest for treason and espionage. You were followed, you bloody fool. Damnation.
Humph.
Espionage. Yep.
You are unarmed, my lady, and scarcely garbed for battle. But if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try.
What is the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling in the 12's wood? When last I looked, that was no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers.
You would feign ignorance, then. Very well. If you do think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now, come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had.
I will offer you no struggle. After all, I have naught to hide. Even a warrior of Royle's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap then the people of Ul'dah will have the grand company they deserve. But let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now, Shauna? So the Scions seek a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Then I dare say you are eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, you have been training in the art of the shinobi, have you not? The change in your bearing is quite evident, to me, at least. I look forward to seeing you in action. Till next time, my friend.
Ah. Okay, I gotta quickly check something. Okay, so that quest in I don't know how to pronounce it. Does she specifically mention that stuff about like training in the art of shinobi? Because I have no, I don't see anything about that. Just wondering if she specifically mentioned that because I actually have the like ninja class unlocked. That is just something that always happens. Can't really find anything online that indicates anything about it. Time to go and talk to Minfilia.
Welcome back, Shauna. I understand that Alphinaud had a task for you. May I ask what it was? Charges of treason and espionage against Aline Royale? I can scarce believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No, it avails us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust to the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I am pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum.
Nice. And Daystar Belt. But these it doesn't really matter because none of them are going to be any sort of like stat upgrades, I think. But I'm probably going to pick them over this still.
As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetheryte in the depths of Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west, most likely to a sanctuary of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva using the crystals she stole from the House Fortum's caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint. But if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes, it seems likely that the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped, and stop them we shall. But first, we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Ethernet and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetheryte to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetheryte upon arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Urianger, we have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution. which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise, a colleague of ours who is currently en route to Revenant's Toll from Charlion. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Since you are here, mayhap we could welcome her together. I am certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let us make our way to the northern gates and await her coming.
Okay. I have to say, I still hate the fact that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn still have this, like, two-door system in order to get in and out. It just gets kind of annoying that you have to, like, run up and, like, click on these things in order to get in and out of this place. Really hoping that in the next, or in the later expansions, that they drop that idea, because this is really annoying that you have to do that every single time. And like, it's a small thing, but in the long run it just annoys me. Ah, there it is. Isn't it adorable? I wouldn't really call it adorable, but it's just annoying.
Minfilia, am I right?
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and to thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Charlian scholar and an authority on aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Let us return to the Rising Stones at once, then. We have much to discuss.
Please tell me you don't, that you're not gonna force me to, like, go all the way in the souls. Because if they are, I have to ask, why couldn't they just have had that cutscene? They are. Why not just make it so that, oh, she comes, like, she arrives here, like, inside the solar instead of this? It literally just made me, like, go out of this place, see a cutscene, and then go back in. Why? Why? It's a waste of time. Just fucking have her show up here, let's fucking talk immediately. I'll be walking less. I don't care, I hate these fucking doors. Or specifically, it's not the doors, it's the fact that you need to click on this thing in order to get to the next area, and then you need to do it twice. And then in this case, you need to do it 4 times. Like, if this wasn't like hell, this is all connected. At least just remove this door and just make it something that you can walk through. Like, where the doors just open on their own. It annoys me in the long run. And the fact that they just had that set up.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
You're gonna BRB though. Need to get a water. Okay.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Sharlayan to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits, and nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me? I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Go on.
What did she mean by that? What did he mean by that?
Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it then, your missing Aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an Aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second Aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the Aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first Aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the Aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, Aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an Aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
Let's just go with this one. Let's see here. Alright, so this one apparently puts us into a trial. Once we get far enough in it. We're almost at the 8-hour mark for the stream. In terms of how long it's been going, so thinking of maybe taking a small break. Thinking like 15 minutes, maybe 15 to 20 minutes. I can basically use the bathroom, and I'm also thinking of maybe making some popcorn, just for the hell of it. Let's see. It's currently 15 past. Let's say when it is like 8:30 ish. Okay, that's not entirely accurate. Let's actually go for like that, like 33, around 16 minutes. Let's go for around there, around 15 minutes ish. Yeah, I'll be back in that amount of time, so I'll see you guys in a short amount of time. Okay, I'm back. So, let us continue with the quest. Instruments of our deliverance.
I have already informed Alphanod of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Moenbrida described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. He also said that he wished to meet with you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you have done on our behalf, Shauna, and that I have faith you will return to us, as you always have.
Okay. Oh, it's a dragon head. And as Midvalia said, over to Snowcloak. I wonder where we're actually supposed to go after seeing Alphano. Just going to be like as the location where the trial is also unlocked, or what?
Good to see you, Shauna. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sends his regards, by the way. He attends to the interrogation of Aline Roal in Ulda even as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the Ivy upon your return. I trust that. By which I mean to say. Ahem. The others are waiting for us at the Etherite. After you, Scion.
There, it's ready. Ah. It worked, I think. Try attuning to the Etherite now. Feel for the current and try to locate the beacon.
We have done all we can, Shauna. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If, by the grace of the 12, you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual. And if she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of the saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice, and so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Mo and Brida's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Imeric.
Okay.
Madam, Sir Imeric regrets that he could not be here in person, and asks that I read to you this letter. Ahem, Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat, yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. Shauna Majula, the warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten.
Sir Imeric. Yep.
Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Halone bless you with good fortune and see you safely home.
XIV Amphitheater Heart. Will I bring you for this round? Sure. You can do that. I'll just go ahead and invite you to a party then. And are you ready to queue up for it, or you quickly need to do something? I'm kind of thinking of just staying as DPS for now, so if you want to heal, you can do that. It's just a matter of waiting for us to the queue to pop. Here we go. I have no clue what the strategy is for this one, because I haven't gotten around to actually reading up on that.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Hey. I'm guessing we're supposed to kill these. You see it's good in this one. Yep. When phase 2 started, it was like, okay. Music really started going there.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers.
More like it later in the game, though save them for specific moments or themes so it doesn't get too repetitive. I do know of, like, there is one dungeon that I know of that I really want to do in Shadowbringers, I believe it is. What is that one called again? Give me a second, I'll just quickly look on YouTube because it's one that I really recognize. Let's see, the Twinning. I believe that is the dungeon. Yep, the Twinning. It basically has a song called A Long Fall. That song is a fucking banger. Like, it is, like, it hits hard immediately and it just keeps going. And it's also basically just been made into a huge meme in the community, apparently. And one I'm just really excited to actually try and listen to and just play through that dungeon. Just so I can listen to that song.
And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of Light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the Keeper of the Lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift. Hear, feel, think.
What is that stuff there? That looked weird. Asian.
And so the vessel withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
By the 12, you're alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be?
She's surprised that her little experiment actually worked.
Iceheart did what? A&D. You're certain about that, are you? Dravanians are skilled with glamours, after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No? Fair enough. I was only asking. If you ask me, there's naught to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the Rising Stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. Ah, but before that, you had best pay a visit to White Brim Front and speak with Alphanod. He's probably worried sick about you. That, or he's busy playing at politics with the Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? Oh, no reason. See you again soon.
I get the feeling that she's checking if I have any sort of I don't know what's called them side effects from the teleportation thing.
there she is, and none the worse for wear. Was there ever any doubt that the warrior of light would succeed? I think I speak for us all when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you would be so kind. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent further loss of life. An outcome worthy of celebration. And one for which we have Shauna to thank. Yes. You are right, of course, Sir Imeric. We should be content with what we have accomplished. I for one could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. There is the matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Drillamont, is the caravan ready? The supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport, in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies the heretics stole from the House Fortump's caravan? Less the crystals which comprised the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. On an unrelated note, Shauna, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? 'Tis not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I am told. Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray do not think less of him.
I'm guessing it's the guy that is apparently in the Japanese version extremely horny. The Warrior of Light that had to be restrained.
What were you thinking, Shauna? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway? And then, engaging the abomination in mortal combat. By the Fury, Shauna. 'Tis the stuff of ballads. A battle for the ages. Would that I had been there to fight by your side? Yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of a dear friend for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you are here now, and that is what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Imeric wished to have words with you and Master Alphinaud in private. He awaits us in the intercessory.
Okay.
Greetings, madam. I shall show you in at once.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautilon.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We too have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard-Zoma could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learnt to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's Toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind?
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
Okay. Let's see, how many quests do I have left? Oh, only 3. Then we're done with the 2.4.
It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends at the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reappraisal of the primal threat, and of our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications if word of this incident reaches Imperial heirs. The Garlean Empire believes that primals are an insufferable menace, that their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any action taken against the beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then, if it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Eorzea that could summon primals, but her civilized peoples as well, any lingering objections to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could well find ourselves facing the combined might of all Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, Shauna, it is better that we continue this conversation in Mordhona.
Okay. Let's see here. What is going to happen? Seemed like there was going to be a cutscene at the very least. Did he voice one?
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
as certain as we can be that good King Mogglemog the 12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not. But full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Oh, pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think. Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
Oh, 110. Weapon coffer.
I mean to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgard-Zormr. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few. Do you hear that? The commotion outside. Would you see if aught is amiss?
Okay.
Shauna. 'Tis well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Royle has escaped.
Oh no.
It happened shortly after the immortal flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. 'Tis plain she received inside help. Citizens report seeing Royle quitting the city via the Gate of Nald, with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castrum Meridianum, I am certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilbert and the First are hot upon Royle's heels. Pray make haste to Camp Blufog and join the hunt.
Okay.
thanks for coming, Scion. I have spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Royle walked through the camp not a bell ago. She walked right through, you did not mishear. We have Robin's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her. And so here we are. Royle must not be allowed to reach Castrum Meridianum.
You have made it to Japan. Don't remember, is that the Stormblood expansion that holds that? Like the that 60. I believe that's like the Far East area, right? Yeah, I'm guessing that's the part that's basically after Heaven's Ward, right? So I believe that is Stormblood, and then it's Shadowbringers after that. I have no idea what this place is, because that's just blank for me. You have managed to blank. Okay.
This wretch was with Royle. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own, the god's damned harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her.
Might as well just kill these guys first. We have a few more people that can actually DPS the others over here. Okay, she can't die before these guys are dead. There we go. Finally.
Bind her. And do it tight? Yes, sir. Good work, men. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low.
What would you know of low? You, a spoiled little lordling who has never known any want. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it your God's given right to rule over others. You know not of our plight, the injustice that we low-born Ishgardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to do to survive, stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It is no fault of mine if fools imagined me a paragon when I joined the flames.
To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Robin himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth, with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we had been dealt, and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for.
How are we any different then?
'Tis true that we were both mercenaries of lowly birth. And 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it is that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. You will return to Ul'dah to face justice, and the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter.
Damn.
Not so much as a hint of remorse. 'Tis well that this sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel.
Oops.
Not so much as a hint of remorse. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Robin chose his.
I have heard. Truly bothersome business.
Elegy. Is he planning?
No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Roban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace. Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
This drag face. Yep.
Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Robin, and that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend, my thanks. But I have one last task for you, return to the Rising Stones and apprise Minfilia of all that has happened. I am aware that the antecedent held Roal in high regard. For better or worse, she will want to know how this tale ends.
Alright, let's see what Minfilia has to say about this. So I believe this is supposed to be... Yep, this is the last quest of the 2.4. That means we've gone through 2 patches worth of quest today at least. Which means we only have... I guess there's again 24 quests left. Plus the ones from Crystal Tower.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alphino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say. Together with Robon, Aline lent us much needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Ascians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, It would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Hydaelyn did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white orosite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
'Twould seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the orosite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
Nice.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
She is missed, Mom. Yep.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu. Am I right?
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the media project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zos Galvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
7 hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monetarist scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished! Until you purge this land of your sickness before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cardinal Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents.
Sweet potato. It looks like they're just having like a tea party, like the 3 female leaders in Eorzea. Raban is left out, but yes, he wouldn't like tea parties, I'm guessing.
This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away.
Maybe he would like tea parties. I'm not sure. Maybe he just declined because he had a bit, some stuff to do with the Immortal Flames and just other duties. Not mostly sweet potato. I know that the Lalafell are potatoes. Is there, yes, humorously called. I still don't know why they're called potatoes though. Like tea parties, there's cake and tea. True. Cake and tea is always nice.
Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
Potatoes are small and round, and so are Lalafell. I'm guessing that's why.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Ul'dah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Raban.
Lalafell is small and cute too. No, small and cute, like potatoes. Yep.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, The citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request.
Sweet potato head with big plans. She's planning on ending the monarchy, I'm guessing.
Help Roban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Okay, so guess it's time for 2.5 then. It's okay, sweet potato. Yep. I feel like she will be fine. And her decision is for the betterment of the Ul'dah.
I am most eager to address the ASEAN threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities.
Lest you forget, antecedent, the scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Shauna, in particular, is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves.
To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah?
As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Teleji Adalji and his monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Robin needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If I am to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be for the best if I were to remain in Ul'dah, unless you have an objection?
None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand.
Mo and Brida's research is proceeding as planned?
So she tells me, though I am not familiar with the details. Urianger is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. Shauna, while we focus on that task, mayhap you could assist Alphanaud and his braves with theirs? It would do much to restore faith in the immortal flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so.
Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Ryal's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish kept secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Uldan riots. When you are finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask.
If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion.
Okay. Go and see Alphanaud. Viral.
Pleasure as always, Shauna. You'll be escorting the commander to Ulda, I take it? Actually, I had another task in mind for her. If you would be so kind as to repeat your report for her benefit. Right, then. Me and mine VE been making inquiries into the source o' the weapons what found their ways into refugee hands a ways back. So happens we caught wind o' something promising, a rather large purchase o' sharp and pointy things by a black marketeer holed up near Highbridge. I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting, clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this transaction to remain secret. Brings to mind that merchant what caught an arrow while talking to Shauna, don't it? Generous fellow, he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if ye want to be sure, might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy. Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Shauna? Then it is settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at Highbridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Ulda. I expect good tidings.
Okay, off to Highbridge then. Gotta say, I feel like we've gotten a lot of quests done these like last 9.5 hours-ish. Plus like, what was it, like 45, 50-ish minute break total. I think it's those guys, yep.
Shauna. My scouts have been keeping a close eye on the black marketeer, and it would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard, common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a woman of your standing, and Commander Leveler needn't have dispatched you hither. But powerful men ever have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, 'tis only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me, Shauna.
Okay, so we're in Soul Save again. We're in the burning wall.
I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I've a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the black marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let us be off. Good luck, my friend.
Okay.
Who goes there? An adventurer? Damned fool, you should have never come here. I don't understand. What's this all about? Graik.
Taking the disturbance.
As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out. But before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard, and to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Leveler will be most disappointed. Damn it all. A golden opportunity, wasted. As for the clients, though we know not how, they slip past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking a party of dusk white sellswords we suspect may be them. With that we could have enlisted the aid of the Immortal Flames or the Brass Blades. Alas, we're here to aid them, they're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons. Yet even that accomplishment is lacking, for the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but.
Okay. Okay, we have around 6 quests, which also includes a dungeon and a trial.
I will join the first in their hunt for the Dusk White Cell swords. If the gods are good, we will catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Ulda in my stead. Entrust them to the 3 RDs Yuyuhase. He will take care of the rest.
Okay. Off to Ulda. Okay, so where exactly is it? Please I'll go to Weavers.
The warrior of light, ever reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in combats. Now, what brings you to us this day?
Box filled with contraband.
A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilbert, you say? Understood. Once we've cataloged the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames.
This cannot be everything, can it? Ryal stated with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons.
A blatant falsehood. Clearly, Ryal is unfamiliar with the ways of Uldan merchants, who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. It's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we've got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north.
There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the ceruleum processing plant.
Time for the 4th to earn their keep, et. Fight well, alienate, for the freedom of all. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the immortal flames will hear of your contribution. Until we meet again. Shauna. A word, if it please yet. Not here, look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time, don't ye worry.
Okay.
Thanks for indulging me request. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and the bustle o' commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Berlin Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything, leave no detail out. That's not quite how the first told it. These dusk whites they were chasing, latest word is that we lost the trail. But ya never saw 'em yourself? Not before the fightin' started, and not after? Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts. Our information was reliable, gods damn it. I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's books, or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty owe that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we weren't talking Gil from the wrong sort o' benefactors. Course these days the money flows like water, and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend. I've a lot on me mind these days, and I appreciate ya lending an ear. Right, then, best get back to it.
Shauna, can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you are able.
Okay. I'm starting to feel that I have been streaming for like almost 12 hours soon. I can definitely feel that I'm starting to get tired. Potato roux. Yep. Okay, let's see what Tataru has to say. Tataru.
Thank you for coming so quickly, Shauna. We've a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most, determined lady, by all indications.
Session says 8 to 10 hours. Huh? Like on Twitch? No, at least. 8 minutes till it's been 10 hours. That's what you meant. Okay. Thought you meant that it said somewhere that it was that the stream had been going for like 8 to 10 hours. I'll understand it better. Yeah, almost 10 hours now. A rising course.
Our guest is with the antecedent in the solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer. Shall we?
Okay, I'm guessing it's the Night Lady from Ishgard. It's here. Yep, who's here? Which cutscene, I'm guessing?
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you.
Am I doing okay? Yeah, I'm doing fine so far. I can just feel I'm slowly getting a little tired. But that's basically it. Just starting to yawn a bit and so on. But apart from that, I'm doing fine. It's basically what I usually do anyway. Like, to the PC for like hours at end. Although sometimes I take a little bit of a break maybe during that, but yeah, 12 hours almost straight isn't that hard for me. It's just that while streaming, I can definitely feel that I get a little bit more tired than usual. If I need it, going for a stretch and getting a water would be good. True. But for now, I think I can still keep going at least. I mean, it's not like I'm doing a 24-hour stream as some people have done, or like one of those subathons where it's like, oh, every time someone subscribes, it's another like 10 minutes or how they've done it. Some of those, or some of gone for like a week or so, where they've just been like had to stream. So those are kind of insane.
I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
If you ever do a subathon and it becomes long, sleeping during it, I can understand that. I mean, did you hear about Robert Ross, I believe he is referred to as? I don't know what he's... Basically just a guy called Ross who has been at the Game Grumps, for example, at some point. During, like, I think it was like some weeks, or not weeks, maybe months ago or so, he basically did I think it was like a little over a week long stream or so, where his goal was basically to eat a full inventory. I think maybe including the Chocobo bag, but I don't think it was. But basically an entire Final Fantasy XIV inventory filled with eggs. And he was not allowed to stop streaming until he had eaten all the eggs. And then there was something where I think every X amount of subscribers basically added another stack of eggs. So I think he ate like an entire bag, plus I think it was like maybe 4 or 5 extra stacks of eggs. And what he basically ended up getting was, like, basically had some people during that whole thing make things for him to basically make it easier to get through the eggs. Like, he bought a pedal that he could press that would basically execute eating an egg. He had voice commands where if he said certain things, he would eat an egg. Ever heard of this? I think it's like I can quickly find it, I think. Yeah, he basically has like the video came out like 3 weeks ago apparently, and it was basically a continuation to a thing he had done before, where he just ate 99 eggs, but here it ended up being like 138,000 eggs. Let me just quickly do something here. Be able to do this. Yep. I'm just going to in chat basically post the link, because I would heavily recommend watching this, because it is an insane thing he does, but it's also like an hour and 23 minutes long. Yeah, this video basically It is insane what he did. He basically had one person at some point make a program that basically read Twitch chat, and every single time that the word egg was basically mentioned in Twitch chat, his character would eat an egg, and he would basically put that program on when he slept. And he basically slept on stream, and yeah, it's insane what he did. And the entire idea was basically that since Endwalker was coming out soon, he was going to do Egg Walker or Egg Eater, or I don't know what the hell it was ended up being called, but it was something weird. And it was even like reported by, I think, Kotaku and a bunch of gaming news outlets. But yeah, it was weird. And I watched the entire video, and it was just, why? Why? He even had a rule where every single meal that he ate for the entire amount of streams, like for the entire streaming period, he basically had to have eggs included in all of his meals. There had to be eggs in some way.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragon Star burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertier Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragon Star is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Gallian fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragon Star portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard Zorma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard Zorma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
Do we have any choice?
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Oh, you have to. Yep, we don't have a choice.
Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Urianger stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial Fleet, and the corpse of the WIRM responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, As the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius van Baelsar attempted to seize control of Mordhona. So massive was his force that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Midgardsormr, legendary guardian of Silver Tear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silver Tear Skies, the great Wyrm felled countless airships before engaging the Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's ceruleum engines failed, and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the great Wyrm as well. That same explosion transformed Silver Tear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing ether for malms around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Imeric's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the keeper of the lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There is much to be done, and precious little time to do it.
Okay. So go there. Down there.
You're in luck, miss. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late, I've seen small airships, likely from Castrum Century, come and go from the Keeper of the Lake. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Castrum supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they're desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. So it's true, then. The Ishgardians honestly fear that the Wyrm might rise again? Well, from here that seems rather unlikely, but if it's assurances they want, you've no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Garleans who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say.
Dungeon? Yep, the Keeper of the Lake. Or, I'm assuming at least it's a dungeon. Nope, it's not appearing here, so dungeon. Yep. Okay. Take it with me again? Sure, if you want to. Okay. Are you just gonna stay a healer? If so, then I'll just join up. Start the queue, rather. That was really fast. Oh, it's only it's Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, it is a dungeon. That makes sense. That's then just a board party. Kinda forgot about that. Is the tank gonna accept? There we go. No, that way. Okay. I have no clue what this boss actually has in terms of mechanics. Station point. I think that's the first time I remember seeing one of these things inside a dungeon. Okay, we have a bunch of enemies up here. I'm guessing we're arriving at a boss. Yep. Oh, we're gonna move a lot with fire. Be careful. A little adventurous. So that's a thing he apparently does. Oh shit. Nice. I have to say, one thing I kind of find a little bit annoying about playing Samurai is all the buff, like the fact that you need like 2 buffs that you're basically just supposed to constantly keep up, while also just trying to just continuously spamming abilities. Okay. 2 dragon corpses.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet? Thou hast forgotten the face of thy lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
Okay, there's apparently something that the gray dragon drops. We should activate. I think we're supposed to kill this thing. What just happened? I guess I wasn't standing in the right place or something. So we go this way. Just gonna wait for the rest to show up. So the small one spawns, kill it, and activate the thing. I think I tried doing. Okay. It's one of those dragons done, and we should probably get out of that. The fuck was that? Oh. Oh, there's a lot of moving around in this fight. Okay, fill this up. Nice. Okay, and I'll just those. Nice. See? Oh, yep.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve.
Hast thou earned a moment's reprieve? Speak, mortal, and I shall listen. Guided by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive. Seven children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
What? What just happened? Wait, what? Crystals. Why are they all losing their color? Shot through the heart and you're too late. My god. That's the perfect meme to basically use at that point. What is happening right now?
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing.
Wait, what?
Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more. The covenant binds me to thee. I shall watch, listen, and wait.
Oh, dragon blood.
Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth a beginning and an end.
So we have lost Hydaelyn's blessing or what? We summon Midgar Soma by selecting the corresponding entry within the minion guide under character. Ooh. So we now have that pen. Father of Dragons, Keeper of the Lake, Bane of the 14th Legion. While it is difficult to believe the long pup, or it could be any of these things, he assures you his current form is only temporary while he awaits the reconstruction of a new corporeal vessel. Gonna do a quick BRP though. Alright. Cool.
I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? Ah, but you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alphanod left a message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once.
Okay, so did I understand this correctly? We have lost our blessing from Hydaelyn, but we have now gotten a blessing or something from Midgard? Or am I incorrect in that? Does that seem to be what was mentioned there? Also, there we go. For some reason it hadn't spawned in the transition warp. So yeah, that's a room.
Praise the 12 that you are hale and whole. I came as soon as Minfilia informed me of Ser Imeric's request. You have completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it? Then I would hear your report. You conversed with Midgardsormr. I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism.
Are we to understand that the WIRM Lord did not perish, and has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years?
Less a resurrection and more a rejuvenation for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Clearly, an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Ser Imeric immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgardsormr in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. For your own protection, and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation to Ser Imeric's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now.
Is there something you are not telling us, Shauna? You seem different, somehow. 'Tis almost as if you are missing something important. 12 Forfend. Midgardsormr stripped you of the blessing of light? Are you all right? How do you feel? I see. It is a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgardsormr made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the great WIRM. Alphic and Nymaya, Brother Time, and Sister Fate, decreed that Midgard Sormr ever watch over the source, from which all water, and magic, was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods with whom he treated, but Hyda Ellen herself? Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly.
Art thou upon, or master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal?
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Wormlord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened.
Welcome back, Solvar.
I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
It's something responsible today. That's good.
The Ishgardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation.
What exactly was it that you did that was responsible today?
Though it was not Midgard Sormr who roared, a call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored.
Pre-ordered Metroid Dread, okay. Yes, that is a responsible thing for you to do. I mean, you bought it. You bought underwear. That is also responsible.
Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance, and pray that our fears are unfounded.
Okay. Let's see, we're at Ether on Demand. Means we have, including that one, 4 quests left. Pre-ordering is not responsible. I mean, if it's a game that you really want, then it could, by some, maybe be seen as a responsible thing to do, but yeah, maybe not entirely responsible.
Here I forget, I believe Moen Brida has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there has been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Ascians. Pray inform her that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I've completed my communications with the Crystal Braves.
She's over there.
All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Ascians are next on the menu. Let's head into the solar, shall we?
Fine, we'll head into the solar again. Where's the cutscene?
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul, or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve, and I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea.
It's a pretty good idea.
I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's Sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arceans will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a Crystal Brave, you are yet a Scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangred and Papalymo shall accompany you. Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Thank you, Arianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
Okay. And Alpha was out here.
Twould seem that events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The Fourth have already deployed to the area, and await the arrival of the Scions. Wilred will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at our headquarters in Ul'dah. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front lines. Your duties take you to northern Then Allen, do they not? We, too, must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Flamen travels to Ul'dah, and we shall serve as her escort.
At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scions' cause. If past events have taught us anything, then we know that Eorzea must present a united front or we shall fall.
Hey.
Ah, how extraordinary that my little Asalia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand at her side not only as a mother, but also as a colleague.
A colleague with influential connections. But I fear that Ul'dah has become a place of danger even for one so familiar with her streets. Bah! Woe betide the blackguard that so much as glares in your direction, milady.
Ahaha, I shall be well protected, it seems.
Shall we be on our way, then?
Okay, Cerulean processing plant. Is it here? Ah, there.
Commander Leveler sent word that you'd be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since that disaster with the MLJA. But returning to the task at hand. The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Ravenspush. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing, getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant.
Commander Leveler. Also less than 55 minutes left. Yep.
The Garleans could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Adelstein, that we might coordinate our counter strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. Lieutenant Majula, my soldiers yet tell tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draftsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and our worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices. Devices of Imperial design, no less. By my order, the flames stationed here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we were unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial Army. I would once again ask for your aid.
Okay. So only 3 quests left.
We've been keeping a close eye on that Garlean garrison, and 'twould seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squads seen leaving the castrum are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault, and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They've decided to take to the field to meet this assault head-on. I have apprised your fellow Scions of the situation, and am heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray report to Lieutenant Aliene, and lend your much welcome strength to the counter-offensive.
Okay.
Glad to have you with us, Shauna. As I'm sure Lieutenant Adelstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force from Castrum Meridianum.
Their main column assembles to the north near Dalamud's Talons, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They wish you to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men.
Captain Ilbert.
Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bid you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the 4th should have little trouble contending with aught the Garleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The 3rd was getting restless holed up in Ul'dah, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defenses and add their numbers to your counterattack.
The reinforcements are welcome. We've enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls.
'Twould be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. A wise course, indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scions shall join the 4th and give battle to this main column. You're with the 3rd, then, Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept these squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yuyuhase. His scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now.
And he is over here.
A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. Now, this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads, the better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts, I imagine. We'll need to split ourselves up as well to cover more ground, and make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. And seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I've assigned you your own areas to scour clean of enemy soldiers. This will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back here when the task is done. Happy hunting, Scion.
Okay. one group down.
You seem grim,
Again?
Scion. I'll take that to mean that, between us, more than a few Garleans won't be making it back to the castrum. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I would be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another of those Magitech horrors. It is time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the 4th, and let Lieutenant Aliene know the west is now clear. I would appreciate it if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Adelstein.
Okay. That was a quick quest.
Lieutenant Majula, what news of the Garleans? Their raiding parties are no more, then. Excellent. The Amazina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in any immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance.
Uninvited Asian. Ooh. Some red materia, level 4, I think it is.
You must be anxious for word of your fellows. Lieutenant Aliene has reported a sound victory over the main column, and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is. The Rogadan lady with the large axe? 'Twould appear she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but northern Denalin is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sort such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue on your way.
Okay. Do. See. Perhaps voiced one.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know, as Urianger never tires of reminding me, an axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
She senses me, a useful talent.
Hanassian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth, meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales.
Hello.
And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
What?
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense.
Damn.
But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh dear. Could it be that frail Hydelin has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What staff exactly? Are we talking about the one behind?
What did that bastard want with us?
One behind Minfilia in her office? Is that the one?
Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet, unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
I fucking knew it. It had to be that staff. What other staff could it be? We don't know. As far as I remember, there's no other staffs that we've been introduced to. These none that have sort of significant, I think, importance story. Even though we haven't really been introduced to this one, but I mean, we've seen like probably at this point 50 times over the course of the storyline. Like every single time we end up in the Science headquarters, it's like right behind Minfilia. Okay. Oh.
You're here. Master Lusoix's staff is kept in the solar, isn't it? Quickly, now.
Ah, they're talking about a staff member. Makes sense. It's gone.
You too.
Oh wait, she is holding it.
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Oh, shit.
Moonbreeder!
She better not be dead.
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
Please don't
The
die.
staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
And refilling has been taken again.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
Ooh. Okay, that's unlocked now. Where? Place? Ah. You good? Maybe that is... What is that again? The crystals. Ah, there it is. Do you want to do this one with me, Solvar, or we stay this? Yep. Just need the last DPS. There we go. Okay, apparently we're not supposed to use limit break on the boss itself. I'm gonna assume, like, oh, what the fuck is that? I have no idea what is happening currently. What the fuck is happening? Are we supposed to run into these things, or... Yes? The fuck is this? But what are we doing? Nice. Secret Ashen Man. Oh my god. Saved the pavilion a lot faster this time. Instead of like spending a lot of quests where we actually rescued her. Nice.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
You better still not die.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, Scions.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
What?
See it going to work.
What is this? No, no, you cannot. No.
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free. Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light. Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
The staff you're holding?
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louisoix, I understand now the choice you made.
Is she about to sacrifice herself?
In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You daft old coot.
She fucking is. She's about to sacrifice herself.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
They're dead. Assume.
Moonbreeder. She's gone.
I really liked her.
You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead.
She was the best mommy. Like, she had a lot of like mommy energy, if I have to be
This
completely
device
honest.
is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Sanolan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
Big mom energy, but not that big mom. Yep.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the blade of light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Urianger know?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louis Soir. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hitherto the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louis Soir gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louis Soir I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louis Soir hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louis Soir's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louis Soir's will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Let's hope that next time we use a Blade of Light, that we don't need to sacrifice someone to actually use it. Be kind of bad.
Never have I seen Urianger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Charlayan Manor to celebrate Moenbrida's life, and mourn her passing.
Yeah, let's go with critical. Okay. Memory of her, that is the last quest. The long one. Oh, it's pretty fast actually, so we'll do that one before finishing today's stream.
As Moen Brido was a native of Charlion, I feel it is only fitting that we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? 'Tis a monument found at Wraithfrost, and is sacred to Thaliok, guardian deity of the City of Learning. There shall we pray for our dear friend's soul, and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal.
Okay, where's that exactly? There. Oringer. Man, that is really annoying that she ended up having to die. Yeah, like, she was a... When we found out that, oh, we don't have enough ether here, I was thought, oh, she's gonna, like, throw the staff that she made over to us so we can use that to basically power through the attack. Oh, time to sacrifice myself. Why? Seriously, piece needs help sometimes. Yeah, but I mean, there's not much you can do about it. I mean, apparently you can use like something from I think it's Amazon, but I don't really know how it works, and I think it also like requires you to actually pay money for it or something, or maybe there's a free trial. I'm not entirely sure, so I haven't really messed around with it. Apparently there is other ways of basically like getting other voices or something, but yeah. I think the staff was already used at the time. I'm basically referring to the staff that she had created, the one that she was testing down in, like down here-ish. Not the staff that we were holding, but I don't know if that staff that she had made, if that was even usable at the time. That's basically what I don't know. I don't know if it actually was usable, because it seemed like she could use it when she tested it. She did mention that it needed like some additional stuff, so I'm not entirely sure. I think this is a voice cutscene, perhaps.
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker or wiser...
Yeah, it had lights running on it during the cutscene. I think this might actually... Is this the first time that we've had like a major character actually die? That we had actually gotten a proper introduction to, because the only one that I can currently think of is the sylph that like arrived at the original base, but we never really got an introduction to her. From what I remember, like, sure, we got an introduction, but she never really did anything. We didn't, like, she didn't speak from what I remember. Or maybe she did. I can't honestly remember. She didn't really leave an impact. But Moonbreda, she definitely left an impact, and she had like a proper introduction, and she talked and everything. I feel like this is the first like proper, like significant death we've had in the story.
But I was not. And you paid the price.
At least during the main story quest.
But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Life for death, a fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
Okay, Midgardsormr. Okay, back to Minfilia. Damn it, can't fly across that. Fly over it. So we're going this way. Idea. Feel like that's one thing I kind of find a little bit annoying about like the world. You're kind of restricted from where you can travel, and I also find it a little bit annoying that some of the places that you can go, like up here, that you can't actually land. That you're really restricted as to where you can actually travel. There's one thing I really wish you could do, just like go somewhere like outside, if you want to call that, the map. Just like you could basically just make it so that, okay, there's just like areas where if you fall down in this place, you just die. For example. Like, let's say that you were to fall down into the water out here, you just die. Simple as that.
Though we have said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me, as antecedent, 'tis my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Shauna?
See.
'Tis as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Lusoikes, Mo and Brida, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Shauna, there is no other to whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come.
victory won a comrade lost. To honor the fallen, living forge ever on towards the light of a new day. Okay. So, all we have left is now patch 2.55. Or, as it's called, because 2.5 was basically called also Before the Fall, Part 1. Patch 2.55 is called Before the Fall, Part 2. So I guess next time, because we're like a minute from hitting the 12-hour mark, I guess we'll be starting on For the Fall Part 2. And I basically, let's see, I have 16 quests I need to get through from this, and of those 16 I have to do 12 of those before I end up hitting a quest called A Time for Every Purpose, at which point I then need to start doing the Crystal Tower quests up until I do the Light of Hope quest. Yeah, I guess that's gonna be what I get started on that's gonna be probably Wednesday that I get started on this. But at least only, how many is that again? 16 plus 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 quests left. 24 quests, that's all. And in that there's also included 1 trial and 3 alliance raids. I gotta say, those alliance raids is something that I really want to do, or at least unlock one of, because basically Saturday evening, technically Sunday morning, after that wedding that I've already mentioned, there was an after party and so on. And after that said after party, some of the others that I'd basically been to the after party with wanted to go to a different world and go to a venue, which is basically just like a player-owned house that has been turned into like a bar or a club or something like that. And something that my FC usually does, or usually does, is basically in the party finder, they usually have like have one person create a one of these private things for a raid, or one of the alliance raids, and then everyone that wants to basically go to the venture joins into that thing, and then you're basically like in one giant party that can communicate with each other and everything. Well, the problem was just that I couldn't join that thing because I don't have any alliance raids unlocked, which was unfortunate. So I had to go on my own because I could literally not join it. Like, it kept saying that, oh, you can't join this something requirements, I think it was, which was unfortunate, but I could still go to the venue, so that was fine. But yeah, guess this will just be it for today's stream. So let's see, let's just jump over here. Yeah, I guess I can try and see if there's anyone actually streaming that I follow that I could maybe host. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for dropping by, Solovar. Staying with me for like pretty much most of the stream. Most of these 12 hours. Okay, I can't really see anyone that's actually that I follow that is streaming. I guess I'll just not host anyone then. But yeah. Let's see, I guess I'll be back on Wednesday, most likely, because I'm basically getting back to the usual stream schedule, so that means streaming on, let's see, Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays. I am thinking of maybe changing it up so that I don't just stream in the evenings. Mainly just because sometimes I might want to, I don't know, be able to play in the evening or something, I don't know. As much as you could manage, you want to be in more, but Monday is one of the days that have plans attached to it. That's fair. I basically just decided that since I hadn't streamed for 2 weeks, and Monday was the day that I knew that, okay, I can basically be able to stream there, thought, might as well just do a 12-hour stream. But this is definitely not gonna become a common thing that I do, because 12 hours is a long while to stream something. Basically any game. At least in just one go. Yeah. But yeah, essentially what I'm saying is some days I might not stream at like from 6 till 10 in the evening. I might just like do a stream from like 12 till 4, like during like the afternoon or something instead. Just so that maybe hit like a different audience, if that might do anything. I don't know. Maybe I could hit a different audience or something. Who knows? And maybe also just so that I have my evenings open for a bit more stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll just see you guys hopefully Wednesday, and if not then Thursday or Friday or Sunday or next Monday. Good luck, do it. Yep. Also, since we're almost done with the entire Realm Reborn story, or main story quest, that does mean that I'm probably gonna be scaling back my Final Fantasy streams, because I am kind of thinking that once we're done with the Realm Reborn, I'm gonna basically play the game mostly like on my own time, so that I can just go through the main story quest. Like, I'm kind of thinking of at least doing that, basically just go through the main story quest at my own pace, so that I can maybe unlock some stuff, but then maybe have like, I'm thinking Fridays maybe, have that be like Final Fantasy Friday, where then like stream something. I'm really thinking of, like, I have a few ideas for things I could do. I could do like a day where I just do fishing, because I haven't leveled up, or I have leveled up fishing, but I haven't caught any fish yet. And I thought, hey, that could maybe be a somewhat interesting thing if I maybe set up like, maybe making it so that that could be a like thing where I have like what is it called again? Media request open. But of course it'd be a lot more moderated so that I don't suddenly get stuff that's gonna get me copyright claimed. That could be a problem. But either that, or I could have like things where I maybe try and level up Blue Mage, because that has a whole like collecting aspect with in the game. There's 104 spells that you can get. And you basically get them from like a bunch of different enemies around the game. So that could be an interesting thing of having like maybe like a few Fridays in a row just be like Blue Mage spell collection or leveling stuff. Although some of them I might not be able to actually get, because That does require me to probably be level 70 and get a full group people to basically queue up or to get one spell from a dungeon or a raid or something, so that might be a little bit difficult from what I know. If you want to, you could send me the tool for music. You don't know how easy it is to use. It's all terminal or chat. I do know how to use terminals. Like, I'm assuming when you're saying terminals, you're referring to like the command thing, for example, on Windows, like CMD or PowerShell or some things like that. So I kind of know how to use that, mainly just to like work with a few things that I've on my own. Python terminal. Don't know as much about that. I do know that I've worked a little bit with Python at one point, but that was like years ago, so I don't have too much knowledge on that. Or at least it was very limited knowledge, but I have worked with that a bit. Just same thing? Okay. Then I might be able to use that, but I was thinking more like, instead of having it be music, I was thinking like, if I did like fishing things, it's a lot of it is just gonna be like, hey, I'm sitting here, I'm fishing, nothing is happening. I was thinking, hey, people could send me like funny videos or something, and then before the video was played, I could basically just check it in Stream Elements, basically like turn on what is it called again? The moderation tool, so that it needs to be accepted before it gets played. I could basically set that up, but considering that Chun Maru could drop by, and knowing that he could maybe consider like thinking like, hey, let's drop in this anime song or something, I would be like, yeah, that's not good. I would maybe have to like adjust the settings so that because I believe there is a setting in Stream Elements, media request. I'm going to check that actually. Is that information? Yeah. Except user level. There's basically a whole thing where like I set it at a certain level, all the like everyone that's at that like user level, for example VIP or moderator or something like that on the stream, those settings that I have don't apply to them. I might have to like move that up so that he can just like post or request a video and that immediately gets like added in, because that actually happens. Yeah. The issue with it is that most meme related things are kind of copyrighted to some extent. True. But I'm thinking like, as long as it doesn't contain any like music, at least it should in theory be fine. For the most part, that's like the biggest thing. Like if it's like some videos stuff like from a movie, it shouldn't hopefully not be a problem, because I feel like it's mostly music that Twitch has a problem with being played. Although at least it seems like there has been I've gotten a few mails recently that talked about how some music groups have communicated with, or have basically gone contact with Twitch, and has basically made it so that people won't outright get like a copyright strike or something like that, but more like a warning that something was played, so they don't get like immediately punished, but more just like a, hey, don't do that again. Because, yeah. Accidentally playing something on stream and then immediately just being like, hey, yeah, don't do that. Boom. Copyright strike is really bad. It's music that has a problem with Switch, yep. Yeah. As long, like, that's basically just what I'm mainly thinking. If it's something that doesn't have any music in it, then it should be fine. Which is one of the reasons why I mainly want to have, like, if I were to do, like, media requests during fishing stuff, it would have to be, like, literally with, like, queue moderation, so that anything that gets added to the, like, queue has to be approved before it basically gets to be played. Which would probably mean that I would have to, like, open up the video in another tab, most likely make it so that it wouldn't play on stream through my browser, but basically make it so that I can still hear it. And then basically, like, maybe quickly jump through the video and see, like, try and listen to, like, is there any music? Or if I can, like, get anyone to actually, like, moderate that whole thing, have them basically, like, sit and listen to or watch all the videos and make sure that there is no music in this video that's been requested. Or just hope that people maybe, like, keeps the rule, maybe, like, have on screen something that basically says that, like, media request open, don't request anything with music. So that's, like, the main problem. Although technically some music would be okay, but that's, like, copyright free music. But I feel like most people won't really know what is copyright and what isn't, just from listening to it. But I'm still, like, thinking of, like, if I should do those fishing streams or not, because I don't know yet if I want to do them or not. But I guess we'll see. I still have to, like, complete the main story quest after all, before I even start thinking about that. I mean, another thing I could do, like, on those Final Fantasy Fridays could just be, like, building up a job or something. After all, I have most of the jobs unlocked right now, at least all the ones that I can, and they're all at 30, so that's a possibility. But who knows? Anyway, I think I'm probably just gonna go ahead and the stream now, since it has been a little over 12 hours now. It's past midnight here in Denmark, like half, or like 12:30 essentially, and I am tired and kind of want to actually maybe like relax a little bit before bed, but probably go to bed soon. Thanks for the stream. Thanks, Olor, and thanks for coming by. As I already said before, like most of the stream. So yeah. Also, if there's anyone else currently watching the stream, thanks for dropping by. Oh yeah, Solvar, I don't know if you have seen it yet in any of your streams, but you might want to add a like banned word to your chat if you haven't seen it yet, or filter thing. So I basically got spammed with something called dogehype.com during the stream. Like, I got two bots that appeared with it. It was basically spelled out Doge hype in one word. Then the, I don't remember what it's called, basically like the little star thing. I don't really know what it's actually called. Like a little star thing.com, and I also saw it spelled out Doge hype and then space.com, I think with a actual period, and then com. Just so you know, I don't know if you've actually had those bots in your stream, but just so you know, they are apparently a thing now. And I don't know if there's any other variations. I basically just added like a dogehype.com, like full on, in case they have anything, but I don't know if they have any other variations of it. I just thought you might want to know it so you can already prevent it. Thankfully it was like at the very start of the stream that I got those messages. You'll add them? Okay, because I already added them to my stream elements. Because, yeah, those kind of bots can just fuck off. They're just kind of annoying that they just suddenly pop up and are like, hey, do you want to get followers? Do you want to get famous? Check out our website, it's definitely not a scam. Or maybe they aren't a scam, but they're just like not useful to getting like actual viewers or anything, because you can have as many followers as you want on Twitch. It doesn't mean that you actually get any viewers. Viewers aren't the important thing after all. I mean, follows are to an extent, but viewers are actually the more important thing, because yeah, it does really help if you have like 300 something followers and you get like under one viewer on average. Using them is also against TOS anyway, true. That's another thing. Like, apart from them being TOS, they don't really help anyone. Like, no one pops in. I feel like no one actually jumps into a stream and are like, oh, this person has like 50,000 followers. It doesn't really mean anything on Twitch. If they have like 50,000 subscribers, that is a bit more important. But I don't know if you can actually see subscriber numbers. Also, if a person has like 50,000 viewers, that's also impressive. Anyway, I think I've been talking enough, so I guess I'll just end the stream now. So, yeah, I guess I'll see you guys maybe Wednesday or some other day. There should still be a schedule on, like, over on Twitch that should be somewhat accurate, but I don't know. Yeah. I guess until next time, guys, I'll see ya.